don't know where Renu is.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised. For some reason. I don't know why.
I
I was like, ah! Alright, are you ready to play some Maze the Dream?
Indeed.
What? Hello? Alright, Renu? Renu?
Yeah?
Huh?
I can hear you, I think.
Oh, okay. Welcome. You ready to play some Maze the Journey?
I am. Sorry I'm late. For some reason, I didn't get the notifications.
That's It's okay. Let's just get right into it. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Omnibus. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. Hi, Sean. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that bear on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGill did slip the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to a testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated in error on McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely unexcusable.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fella was run to the court, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They're all in on it together.
You're wrong, lot of you. Mr. Nara Odo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
You really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Nara Odo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in a storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
What the fuck could possibly be on a music disc that's worth
I'm curious.
so much?
Yeah.
So much intrigue.
Yeah. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilda picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at the time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought,
It's gonna be porn? How could it possibly be porn?
music box porn.
What would that even mean? Just like blink, 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 blink. McGilda's latest mixtape is fire. You know what? I'll believe that. Reminds me of that case where the guy had the fire mixtape that was actually just a computer virus.
If I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of a rapping noise.
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilda got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I had the cabin door open, and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe.
This poor old man.
A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
Beppo. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened. Stuff like that mainly.
That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street.
Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
We knew he gave false testimony. You're just learning that
Yeah.
he's lied about more stuff.
Yeah, essentially.
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
Van Zeeks is the only person here to bat for all Beppo.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob.
Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off with a lick.
I'm gonna fucking lose it if the disc is like somehow a CD or something and it's recorded someone's voice. Like it's a fucking music box disc.
Then the bug trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Threatened you how, exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scarper if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was that one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
Sholmes will explain how a message is encoded in the notes, and then he figured it out while in his coma. You know what? Actually, that is possible. It could be like Morse code or something. That's a lot more likely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, I'll be right back. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. All right.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really? Why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibank's was something he didn't want the police to see. Oh, whoa. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the cops showed up.
done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Jenny's really put her faith in you, Renu.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer, man. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I suppose I should. Hey, Magpie.
Magpie! Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Excuse me.
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Back. Oh, we're not doing anything. Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Whoops. I guess we'll just like press every statement again and see if anything comes up. Mata! 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 Okay, alright. Let's see. What do we even have in the court record right now? Let's see, defendant. This is written in such a funny way. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness's testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. And like, we got more evidence and it opened up so many questions that we couldn't arrest the man. Alright. Man, what do we do?
Yeah, I don't know. Are we supposed to like call her out on something? But I thought she was being pretty honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think she is being honest. I think we just have to like. We probably just have to like submit the disc or something. Somehow. Disc. It has. Okay, so I think it has to be related to the case. So it has to either be. So it has to either be like one of these tickets, or the disc. Let's see. The blood on it has been identified as Mr. Mason's. Redemption ticket. Why did Dad drop a save? Yuck. So we'd have a direct examination of a character for once. I feel like I feel like yeah, it's definitely rare, but we've definitely done it before. I feel like usually when we direct examine, it's like children characters that we're just like, we have to unlock the truth out of this child. Threaten me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd say to Ed. Oh, jeez. This is such a tough one. Let's see. Wait, when did this case happen again?
2 weeks ago or something?
2 months ago? What is it? What time is it? God damn it. Ginny's pretty young? Yeah, that's true. Ginny is pretty young.
He is a child.
You expect wind up exposing your client's lies even if it hurts your case. Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, the thing is that, like, the game isn't treating the trials like they're trials. They're treating them like detective segments, right? The idea is not to establish what what your client's judgment should be so much as it is about getting the truth out, right? Like, the thing is that just the entire game set has been like this, where even if you know all of the facts of a case, right, it's like real life cases are about like arguing the ambiguities and ensuring that your clients are able to get an appropriate sentence or get off. But this game is like, that they're innocent, except for a select few cases, and you're trying to ensure that they are innocent, right? Like, the entire framework of the game, the entire like baseline of it is like so different from a real courtroom. I feel like doing both isn't mutually exclusive. Yeah, but okay, so this is the thing though, is they're not mutually exclusive, but it would be a different game, like to the point where like the mechanics of the game would have to be inherently kind of different, right? Like, it works like this because it's it's more or less a kinetic novel, right? It's not like you're making choices like in a visual novel. You're arriving at the same endpoint, right? Like, arguing for your character's sentencing is like, and like, to be fair, also like, this is like an alternate universe where the courts and the law are absolutely fucked, because like every case we've seen in like in England here has been exactly 1 day and no longer. And we know that in Ace Attorney, it's kind of like this law dystopia where a case has to be wrapped up in 3 days.
Yeah.
And they have the same jury. There's something sussy going on with the jury.
Yeah, the jury is so sus.
Like, yes, but also I think the idea is that the entire justice system is inherently kind of corrupt. Because like, otherwise there's like no way that all of these people would be getting like falsely accused of shit all the time, and like the prosecutor's always winning, right? Like, the thing about like Japan's law system is they have a really high prosecution rate, but it's because they don't take things to court unless they know they're gonna get a win, essentially. Like they don't actually pursue the case unless they're like they actually have all the facts and they're like, you know what, we can prosecute this. You know, that's why they had like a 99% conviction rate or whatever it was. Okay. So, what does she say in this statement again? And to be fair, those things I think like the writers of the game recognize, because I know that Apollo Justice kind of interrogates all of this somewhat, and then they completely forget about it for the rest of the games after that for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, I think we have to show the ticket. I think it's gonna be the ticket. Probably on that last statement. Oh, nope, that wasn't it. Oh boy.
That sounds weird.
Just gonna quietly load.
You ain't seen nothing.
Load this up. Maybe we just present the disc here. We're like, is this your card? No, it's not your card. God damn it. What's going on here? Can we just pursue them now?
Oh.
I guess so.
Oh. Well,
Okay.
let's go.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? That was obtuse. Inspector! Mr. Graydon!
Whoa, blimey! You trying to give me a heart attack?
You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, Vinzi's gonna take you to task.
Hmm? Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own?
Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got 'em? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
Got a good head on your shoulders, Gina. That's right. My lord.
Oh,
The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Boom, 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 boom.
Bam, bam, bam.
It sounds like that sound effect, the like vine boom, the boom sound effect that you see in the memes all the time. A mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. Oh, baby. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Yes, God, please. You're thinking of the Law and Order sound effect? It does sound a lot like that, too. To be continued. Right now.
Now? Box. So this is the article in question, is it?
I mean, it's gonna be a music box, right?
Yeah, right. The small box deposited with a pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside.
Oh, baby, wouldn't you know it?
How about that? Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that it might be the case. Yeah.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
Oh, hot damn.
Who would have thought it was a music box? So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Winterbanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why? For heaven's sake! Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well.
Oh, finally!
Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Oh, please, God, Jesus. Mata! Mata!
Wait, my lord!
No, fuck off, Gregson! I want to listen to the disc!
Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. Yep, we're going with that.
Sir, you gotta pick a better excuse.
No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Sure, Jan.
Objection! On the grounds of that's fucking stupid! This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
The prosecution has no objections. Get fucked, Inspector Gregson.
But no! That piece of evidence.
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
Oh, the chips, they're all over the ground!
No, they're all over the floor. No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Bro, the level of conspiracy we're operating on, it's crazy. Yeah, this is definitely Morse code, right?
Right, for sure. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
Who wrote this trash?
This isn't fire at all.
This isn't fire at all!
My daughter could write a better piece of music.
No. It's just the same note played over and over again in an irregular sequence. Well, good thing we have a Morse code interpreter right here in this jury.
Mr. Graydon?
This really is priceless. Oh, so fire! After all that, the music box is broken! Aren't you a telegram guy?
That's why he knows exactly what it is.
Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yes! Oh my god,
yeah.
yes! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord! But how can it be?
Are the judges always this oblivious? We have seen 3 judges so far, and every single one has been exactly this level of oblivious. In fact, this judge is actually more astute than the other 2 we've seen.
The Japanese judge wasn't bad.
Oh, that's right. We've seen 4. The Japanese judge wasn't bad either.
It's an abomination, Council. Mere noise. I failed to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me.
The Canadian judge.
The Canadian judge was not any better. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making me appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh!
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is... It's not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips just as soon as I said that. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Renu.
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Well,
Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet.
Renu. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Ah, thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical.
For the kids in the back who don't know Morse code.
Oh. Could it be... Is that what these sounds are?
Something's just struck me, Renu. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one, like the one this music box plays.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Council?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
All right then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... Uh.
Do we have a telegraph thing in our possession?
Do we indeed? Let's see. Gina's
Morse code.
representation papers.
Can you present the drawer? Ooh! Ooh!
No. No, we can't.
Nande!
Nande. Hold on. Let's see. At least I think we can't. Because what button?
You can't switch over to the
Yeah,
people?
we can't switch to the people. Boy. Susato got a telegram at one point. Oh, that's true. Representation writs. Wait. Wait. Wouldn't it be maybe the music box itself, or the disc itself? Right?
Yeah. I don't. Why would that be it?
I guess you have a point.
Humans, that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc.
The other option is
You inspected the music box, by the way,
So the
right?
music box isn't in our it's not in our evidence right now, is the problem.
Does the story involve a telegram somehow? I mean, only Susato's telegram. Oh, Iris' story.
There's a story involved
the
a telegram somehow.
Hound of the Baskervilles?
I don't know. I don't think they've told us. Let's see. We can inspect it. Hound of the Baskervilles.
That's right. I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me from to publish it.
You know, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title. Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something.
Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos.
I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. Okay, probably not this. Let's just put up a little save arena here. Just in case we get completely blasted for whatever we do. Man. Maybe... The true nature of the sounds on this music box disc. It could be like maybe the pawnbroker ticket. Although I don't know why. Because like, it would be, you know, what's it called? The only other thing is the newspaper somehow. That's kind of what I was thinking too. You know what? Maybe okay. We'll look at the newspaper. Let's see.
Pawnbroker
who read this?
Paris.
Even bigger. Protects planet. Maybe the story in the back. Let's see. Maybe leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. It's a secret communication. Oh!
big
maybe it
brain?
is the newspaper.
Magpie?
Oh. Oh, baby.
Brain. Biggest.
Oh, brain, huge.
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Poor Broker Perishes in Pig Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams?
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please.
Oh boy, here we go. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever's the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh my god, is Mr. Graydon a fucking spy?
Ooh! Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code?
But I don't believe it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Damn, bro, it's kind of fucked up.
Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! This is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment?
I like that the mouse reads with him when he flips the pages.
The sorts of words I half expect you to know, actually.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbroker.
My word.
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
It would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
so the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have had to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Get him.
Oh, drag his ass. Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank.
Over.
That being a most flagitious?
I guess so.
Flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then let us proceed, you may.
You got less have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
What? Oh, I see what they... Okay. That's right. We're what they call... the Three Skulkin Brothers.
Hmm?
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Can I let Clover out?
Yes. You
Okay.
can take a little breaky to let...
Okay, little Clover. Little break.
Alright, we'll take a little breaky.
Clover.
Oh, Miss Clover. Oh, hydrating. Okay. It's a good time for liquids. It's always a good time for liquids. I think last night I did not drink enough water because I like woke up this morning and I had a sore throat, and I realized that my uvula was basically attached to my tongue. It was pretty terrible, honestly. It's not fun. Yeah, I just I haven't been sleeping super hot last couple days. I've been working on a deadline, like a a tabletop writing thing, and I have been really bad about getting it done. After this stream is over, I'm gonna go work on that. So you know how it be. Ideas and motivation can be fleeting around deadline time. Oh god, I know. I just had a lot of like really tight deadlines recently, so I feel extremely tired. I'm just very like worked out basically. I like writing and stuff, but it's very much just one of those cases where you do too much of it, and like creative work is so draining, and sometimes you're just like sitting there like I don't know what to do anymore. That and like I think my ADHD has been like extremely bad recently. I kind of just I probably after this set of deadlines, I really just want to like not take work for a while and just work on stuff that's interesting to me.
Okay.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
So creative work on someone else's pay schedule is really rough. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. And it would be one thing if it was like my only job, if I was my like day job. Obviously, I could devote a lot of like time and effort into it. But because I'm also doing like a bunch of other stuff, it's just hard to sustain. Especially because like, oh god, freelance writing for like tabletop publications just like pays like peanuts. It really does.
Oh.
You get some beans. They're like, here you go. Here's some beans for you. Munch, munch, munch. And you're like, oh, okay, I'll eat the beans. It's tough work too. Is like the thing. It's like it's not just like submitting stories and stuff. Like a lot of it is like, okay, think about like world building and how like somebody's gonna play through this, and like you're essentially like game design is just this game design is hard. And then all the while you're doing this stuff, and then people who make video games don't think your job is real, and that you don't make games, and it's like, all right.
Inky.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. 14 drafts letter. Right, I'm getting paid by the word. Yeah. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like we told us to. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Everyone's like, what the fuck? What the fuck do I even say?
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin?
One mist'll do, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime?
Just so we're clear.
Yeah, just so we're absolutely clear. That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, Gov. We did.
Quiet down, please.
What do I even say to that?
What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
He's very cool about it.
They're all getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. We're supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about those geezers who shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah! Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Hydration.
We have a hydrate.
1-800, are you hydrating? Wait, did you read this?
Didn't I? I'll read it again. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
I might just be losing my mind.
I thought I did, but maybe I didn't.
Oh, baby, time to cross-examine. So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
No? Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop.
Yeah, get him! Let me guess. Juror number 5.
We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe.
Yeah, drag his ass!
A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Oh my God.
I see.
She's
He's a fan.
simping.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon.
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop.
Yes, destroy him!
Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team.
Sorry, I dropped my phone.
He assists them in ensuring there are more errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. Man, he's got the beat on him. He ain't running.
Well, yeah. Oh my God. Literally, it's just like, I've never done anything wrong. And everyone else in this courtroom is like, I don't think that's right. That's fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you would keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Bro, I just learned English! Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
Ha ha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson? Here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No!
No.
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box. So many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? give it a try. I might as well. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponi's friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum?
Ad infinitum. Actually, what's this? Whoa, what's this button? Oh,
Oh, what?
What is it, Renu?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Oh.
You're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
All right then, here goes. Well,
Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
so does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Mmm.
Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
Yeah, this is some spy gear. God damn. So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one.
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. The music box can only play two tones. Also, like, I mean, not to hammer this, but like, it is possible to play Morse code with only one tone. See how the Fermagilda disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks? Couldn't be a more perfect fit.
So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense, except for that bottom compartment we just discovered.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required. Dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Well, Your Honor.
Well,
I like how we have to go through this again. Punished.
oh my god, dude.
Be such a pain in the ass to encode the dots and dash on 2 separate disks while keeping them in sync. Yeah, it really would be, because as far as I can tell, you'd have to figure out. I mean, you'd have to just like mark one as like but I guess whatever.
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box.
What?
But
It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. Why even use a specially designed music box? They normally play many notes anyway. I mean, I guess it's just for more encryption, right? Like redundancy and encryption. Or just to make it more complicated, you know? In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box. Because, like, that makes it so that you would need both discs and this music box to play whatever you needed to decode, right? And the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot, and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Bro, this music box has 2 sides. Like, no music box on planet Earth has this. Probably.
Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter.
Well, you know, you make a decent point. We don't have that. But maybe it was stolen. I can't at the moment.
And may I remind the court that, as the witness pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Renu.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. You have 2 people testifying against you for both robbery and murder. Yeah. So 2 months ago in an omnibus, McGilded killed a brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him.
That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a nap after all them years. The rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ish? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Huh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
Oh, who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now and his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't even had him in even. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
He was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never go into our heads.
Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And he was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Fuck it, let's add it to the testimony. My lord?
Yes, counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add...
Say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Oh, them were the days. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back on when we was youngsters. Bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? The business model. Okay. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? You stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you full again, right?
So, we swooped in on the action. Got people to sign up with us. Promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were.
So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
Gordon Bennett, are you off a rocker?
We had nothing.
We have too poor to have a farm.
Right. Nah, what we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A dawdle, right? think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. Just an harmless bit of fun, that's all.
Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Well, it was him who come up with the idea. Asher's the evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon?
Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when he was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education, an education, and get out of the slum we lived in.
Oh, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head, didn't even think it. But look at him now. He's only gone to become a blinking communication officer, ain't he?
A communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Sholmes and Wilson's milk crime.
No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks.
They have the benefit of statutes of limitation. Yeah, that's fair.
But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
No, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Okay, let's I want to know about the other one, the name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you have worked that one out. It's, Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? And tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of ones that one came from.
Hey, the old man was struggling for money so much. His wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon then, see?
Well, Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Chotomate Kudaseki.
Mate kudasai.
Mate Kudasai. Naruhodo ne.
Naruhodo ni.
Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves,
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Ah!
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. That would be the suspicion, Magpie. Mm-hmm.
I believe that is what is happening here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well. Yes. So, Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Naruhodo ne?
Naruhodo ni.
Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man whom we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive!
Mr. Ashley Milverton? Is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? Ah! I don't.
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history would have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah!
Ah!
Oh, bro, that's fucked.
The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. As, presumably, a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Yes, before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed on the pawn there.
But that attempt failed.
One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, You enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder at the pawnbroker had touched one item and one item alone, the music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it would have fallen in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbroker. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon? That wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslummer thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there on Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is? Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder.
witness.
That's right, Mr. Graydon. Gotcha, bitch. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windbank that night is you. He's like, I am no treason guy, but I was there. And you're like, well, I don't have to try you for treason, do I?
Mm-hmm.
Mata!
Who mata? Oh, he mata.
Mata. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? What's gonna happen? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there with the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What?
Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what?
Order! 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 Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Every trial is a theatrical trial.
Yeah, right.
Oops. Mr. Graydon,
Yes.
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here.
you're super trustworthy. They'll totally believe you when you're on line 27. Yeah, exactly.
If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully. Fine, we'll add perjury to the list.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more.
My guy really thinks he can get away with this.
My guy's trying. He's shooting his shot. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Good gracious! This is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! Order! Order!
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth.
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
That would be pretty bad, actually. And now that I think about it, that coat did definitely have some blood on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too, bud.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Huh?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Sure doesn't. Why not, bro? Bro, what do you mean, why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat.
It is it's a Mason's blood, but they can't tell that because it's just identified blood.
If they test it with their chemicals.
Ryunosuke, you were there?
Oh, help! You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Oh, Jesus.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
What a funny sequence this was. That's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. But, oh, no. Oh, God.
Oh.
My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled.
Well,
I want to see the result.
Can't say we didn't try.
Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel?
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Oh God, my lord.
Well,
If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Oh boy!
Howdy. Let's go.
Let's drop the save now, honestly. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, they're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Is this the pair who carry a gun? What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Okay, game, you are convinced the stakes have been raised. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place, and Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. He was trying to help me, little bro, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I put me gun on the old fella, and I soon made him a scalper.
the pair of you are setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you.
I mean, honestly, it seems like Mr. Windibank had hands.
He was throwing them.
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. The bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Does Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. Then he scalper threw out that door back.
At which point, what did you do?
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door's a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
And what about you, Burger Brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov.
Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing in there.
The defendant.
Yes, though neither of them noticed as I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee safety. Man, I think that actually contradicts the evidence. No, she's wearing the coat.
No.
God damn it.
Yeah. And he was shot in the back. She's shorter than him.
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Braden, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun!
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon. So clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. First I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
All over her. Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course the stains aren't visible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
Well, it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it?
No, that's right, it's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. So much for the locked room puzzle. You can just toss the gun out the room, right? I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime?
Yes, it was yours truly. Bro, if we weren't so concerned about, like, our friend Ginny, we could just stop now and he would still get arrested for so many crimes. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. You're up. We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so we made a bit of a mess around the counter. So Mr. Whistle and Flutie had told us to tidy up.
Thinks it's our booming mom sometimes.
And I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at you're like a bull at the gate, aren't you? Gentlemen! Ha,
Sweating.
ha.
Something wrong, sunshine?
That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. I mean, he's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him? He grabbed my whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Oh, that flaming peephole in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? 'Cause I lost all my fish and chips all over the floor earlier.
Those poor fish and chips. Oh, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Well, you do basically control his salary. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Explain yourself, officer.
I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Oh, goody.
The blood on the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended.
Oh, good. I can't wait.
I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord. No objections.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me!
Yeah. See? What did I tell you?
Fuck.
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winterbank's.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winterbank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. The blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Sorry?
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
Ow, but that was...
I call it a Blair Bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not. Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But... I used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated...
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Piroshka to starving boy and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
Yeah, to be fair, you didn't respect us anyway. How could you say that? He's a beloved detective. Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Ow!
My lord, been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please.
Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? Haul for one now.
Oh boy! Sir!
Oh.
Oh boy!
Are we really going to go into a third summation examination in
Oh
one try?
baby!
Are we really?
Go again.
Again! Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
Again.
Oh, he took a drink! He took a drink!
Wow, yeah. That's the second time we've seen him do that.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful.
Oh, we're hydrating. Drink for drink. I don't believe it! After I've come so far, I have to do another jury summation examination! How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Who's that? Who that?
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
I think you should read this, Renu.
It occurs to me with some irregularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Am I going mad? Oh!
Handsome!
Mr. Sholmes!
What is the meaning of this? My man! Order! 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 Jones!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. Bro, there's a scalpel somewhere floating inside you.
What errand?
Hurley! It's really you! You're awake at last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Looking for the man who left his scalpel in. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly. Haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Oh!
Oh, poor Gregson. He's going through it today. He's going through it
Very
every day,
well
but today a lot.
Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Van Zieks is putting it out there for us. Even a little,
Oh, there he
cute.
is.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? You're right. How did he change so fast?
All right, I'm all wrong.
Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes.
There's still a scalpel in my body.
He's still posing, though. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots! None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that.
Zeke's mental calculus takes 5 minutes to argue him away.
If I humor him for 5 minutes, I will never have to deal with him ever again. Okay, you can do this, Van Zieks. You can do this.
Brandon!
Hello.
An army of bee assassins!
Oh my.
Well, to fulfill these hydrations, I will need to get some water, so I will be right back.
Sounds good. I'll get a drink too.
Oh, that's a lot of hydrations. Just came to pester. Your friend has been in a Destiny raid for 12 hours and counting, so you're just gonna watch? Oh boy. Have fun with that.
Oh, geez, there's so many hydrates.
Yeah.
I poured a glass of Moscato and I'm about to chug it all, apparently.
F. It's really neat, but you never have the stamina. Oh my god, 12 hours? It's not supposed to take that long, is it?
How is that possible? How do you... Don't you run out of monsters or something? Enemies?
Well, if you just continue wiping.
Oh, so they haven't, I guess, won?
I presume so. Or it's either that or or maybe it's just not one raid, it's just like a bunch of raids, like doing back-to-back raids, I guess could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Oh!
Oh, what's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping?
A leaving present from Miss Susato.
From Miss Susato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe.
Really?
She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand.
I like how it took us like 8 years to figure it out. Miss Susato was just like,
I already saw the future.
I solved this case yesterday.
Uh-huh. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, would, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril.
Oh.
At that very moment of crisis, you are to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made.
Wait, the cat door? The cat door machine?
The cat door machine? What are we gonna use this for?
Meow.
Look, I used this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper mat.
What are we gonna do with this?
I have no idea.
It can make a cat flap for a furry little friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left.
I like the idea that she's just like, when in doubt, use this to kill a man. Make a cat door into a man's body.
I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
Okay. What? Didn't she say something like that? It'll collapse next time, but yeah, I guess so. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well,
That's extremely flattering.
but I'm sorry to say. That I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose.
Wait. Did she make the peephole?
That is your answer, dear fellow.
Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapper mat that night? But why?
Wow. We assumed it was always there. Because the man can't really say that it wasn't because he's dead.
Your 5 minutes is over. Okay, so I'm guessing. No, okay, hang on. Has it been added to our evidence? I want to look at it. You know, I won't even say anything. Let's just. Oh, okay. This this thing is fucking terrifying.
Wow, yeah, that's a death machine.
Whew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job.
I love that everybody else lives in London, like, you know, late 19th, early 20th century London, and then like Herlock and Iris just live in steampunk London.
The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
Ah. And what are the two parts at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out.
Right. Of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
My god, dude.
Iris, I gotta tell you, sometimes you're fucking terrifying.
Pretty terrifying.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat Flap-O-Mat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
Wagahai's so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
I was just like, I've only had Wagahai for 1 month. But if anything happened to him, I would kill every one of you.
Uh-huh.
Jesus Christ, this thing is terrifying. Well, all right then.
When you
Word.
develop a deadly weapon for Philip?
I mean, yes, definitely. We're out of time already.
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. Well, you know what time it is, that means. Not that I think it'll be a hard choice, but it's just a giant pain in the ass to backtrack through everything. My lord, the defense requests
What could it possibly be?
summation examination, further cross-examination, and time to think.
I mean, it has to be a summation examination, right?
I think so, right? It
Why
has
wouldn't
to
it
be,
be?
except I could maybe see if they would let us do further cross-examination, like that might actually be it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess we wanted to cross-examine homie or
Right, because now that we have the
Okay.
door flap, we can be
Yeah.
like, hey bro, this door flap didn't exist. So that's a tough one, huh? Okay. I think we'll cross-examine. Further cross-examination. If they'll even let us.
No.
The jurors have
No, yeah, we gotta do a summation.
Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
A new witness. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather to
okay,
continue
fine.
with one of an existing witness.
What?
Never mind. Yeah, we can do it. Go for it.
Oh, baby.
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
That's true. Yeah.
Interesting.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then. if Renu asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon.
The court is obliged to allow it.
Oh boy.
This is absurd.
What? We're really riding on legal technicalities. Woo, baby!
Let's go. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I've decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
Oh boy.
Well,
A single chance to present evidence. Well, luckily I think it's pretty clear what we're doing.
if, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
Okay.
My lord,
Oh.
Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I was thinking he was up for a while. I leave this in your capable hands. Oh, oh my god, the flailing! Woo!
Mr. Schultz!
Woo!
My man
Rest
just
in
Reichenbach
peace.
fell.
Rest in pieces.
Should have fallen into Gregson's arms, it's true.
To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
Probably both.
Yeah, it could be either.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Alright, let's see where to fire this silver bullet, baby. The moment of the shooting again. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Rinderbeck threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door. But peephole no existence.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? It's got teeth and everything.
Oh, Nelly! Keep that away from me!
It's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh. Really? He's so smug. Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in that pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes.
What would happen if summation examination? Yeah, I wonder
How
too.
could you? That's a good question. What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. No!
No!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you have claimed to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me! I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
I mean, that's easy to demonstrate, motherfucker.
Oh, yes. I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
We're about to have a cat door in the courtroom.
Oh my god.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy! Coin! Time for dinner!
She just
Oh my
made
god,
one in
there's
the
already
courtroom!
a cat door in the courtroom. Meow.
Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine.
And there's no way you can prove that it was. Let me just think about that. Okay, 1:30 a.m.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flapper-mat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Winterbanks are an exact match.
Ah,
Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I fear. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof.
I mean, even if she was here, would you accept her testimony?
Right.
Ugh.
And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
Ah, what?
It's okay, Naruhodo. I got your back. I got your back, son.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Reno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
Just make a cat flap in this argument.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susata-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Aww.
I mean, she basically just handed you this case, for real.
Good. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Prove that the people in the door of Winterbank storeroom was created after the event and not before.
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again.
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt. that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Ah! Mr. Graydon? You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies.
Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. The witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly,
Good Lord! There's more, Lord Van Zeeks?
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No! Ah! I don't believe this! But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Renu? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They showed that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something that he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely... Okay. So the third gun, the peephole, and the bloodstains on the coat. I mean, it has to be the third gun, right? Because if the peephole wasn't there, then she couldn't have thrown it out. Right?
Yeah, he shouldn't know about the peephole, right?
I guess not.
I'm sure that Mr. Reynolds just me shouldn't have known anything about.
Yeah, no, actually, you're probably right. It probably is the people. Because, like, actually, the third gun is his gun. Now that I think about it.
Right.
The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that's so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously I...
Has the cat got your tongue, witness? Ooh, some judge is being cheeky.
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Yeah, it was cut after he left. I see now.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawn articles, and my lads had to thoroughly examine it all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Von Zix?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you...
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Uh-oh. Oh, of course, Inspector.
Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Yes, I wonder!
I know.
It's so satisfying when Van Ziek's ire is judging other characters other than you. Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. Feels so good, man.
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, Counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Oh, Gregsy.
Oh no! Nandi.
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed. Preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have had to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin?
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? Oh no, his fish and chips.
I mean, he certainly needs them today. He's having a time.
I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Oh, I've just remembered something, Renu.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh, yes, now you mention it. How could you have forgotten? The bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony! I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud! Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of Liv Bloke? Nom 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 nom.
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, Counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty.
I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Diabolical.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. I mean, it's the disc, right?
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel.
But let's save just in case.
What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with a witness?
Yeah.
The nature of the alleged deal.
Oh, baby. Inspector Gregson? Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in Mr. McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little Order! Order! Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is! Mine!
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony.
Man, England's fucked.
Uh,
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No!
ah.
And I stress if this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this manner. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious! Then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person.
Hi.
Hey,
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector, this young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
Oh?
Give me 1 second, I need to check on Clover.
Okay. He's going to agree to it? It's the BRB screen. Shoop.
Okay, I got her. I heard her barking and I got worried.
Nice. Okay. Alright.
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Reno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time.
One final time, you say? Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personnel effects?
Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
It's on the Skulkin brother, yep.
Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personnel.
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What?
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Ooh, Iris! Renu's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
Good night, Tyler.
Night night, Tyler.
What? Now, don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request this search now?
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never!
Huh? Blimey. Me? Him?
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personnel effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search?
So sassy, Baka.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here.
Eh?
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But with Lord Van Zeeks.
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Bailiff, carry out the search.
Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out!
The face of an innocent man. How could you? Ah!
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket, I found this.
Good lord! That's...
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
Don't know nothing about nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Ah! Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake! Why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief
Oh
moment.
yeah, that's right.
Yep.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Ah!
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I admit to nothing of the sort.
While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he didn't know. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing. I'd been born as me brother, I was.
What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear, all he did. My head's still throbbing now.
Hmm.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig. He hid it? You... But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were... recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under strict direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
4D just to assume he'd be searched rather than the Skulkin brother arrested for crimes. Yeah, right? I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if the disc showed up on one of the brothers, except for that we figured out the ruse, right? So like the play was he was trying to ensnare you by being like, I didn't do shit. You did it. You proved it. Sorry, bud. You're not a lawyer anymore. But too quick for you, old Gregsy. 4D chess is not enough, Gregson.
Oh, Gregsy.
Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of this is young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You what? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury.
You make a half-decent defense attorney.
As a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country...
Is he allowed to address the jury?
I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial.
God, tell me about it.
Right. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Detective is very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot see.
I don't believe it! These 6 jurors are. They're going to believe Gregson!
I love him.
If they declare their decision now.
Is Jitney going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Sounds like a great time to save the video game. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness.
Well then, counsel.
Oh boy, do we even have anything? Do we have anything left? Good Jesus.
I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Renu. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Oh, Jesus.
Oh, man.
Oh boy. Well, it's definitely not this.
Present evidence against Gregson. Who do we have evidence against?
I mean, I think it would be easier to have evidence against Gregson because he really doesn't want the secrets to get out, and we have like all of the discs and stuff now, so we could see. Yeah. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Eh? What's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. Looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. I mean, it was this, right?
Could I?
Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box, counsel?
Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Yeah, right? like if we play it, it's really bad for him. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness. This disc, Council? Oh, no, wait. I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Not true, Inspector.
Eh?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine. I'm talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like this, it's treason.
Then, do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness. Bro, we got him by the balls.
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Too late. The entire British government is already my enemy.
Yeah, they are already racist.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court. And all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of.
Ooh, I see.
My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him. Stop him with your footy.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So, let me propose a toast
No.
to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
No.
Not my fucking problem, G.
Ah! Very well, the defense's stand here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Poor Gregson.
Poor Gregson. Oh, listen to that.
It's unmistakable now.
It's Morse code.
All right, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blooming box up. Oh, Gregsy, what if he gets fired?
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, Did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
Wow, thanks for the resub, man.
Whoa, man.
14 months.
Bap, bap, bap. Bopping.
I did.
Alas, ACAB.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with a deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So, how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
Had to resub for your favorite song, Pigs Getting the Comeuppance. Yeah, baby.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
I mean, yeah, who would assume? Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You.
Oh my
Traitor!
god!
Oh, bro!
Brexit!
Oh, Grexy! Bro, he tried to do a fucking murder!
Oh! Bailiff, restrain that man! At once! Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Don't kill him.
That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up.
Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now.
Bro, he was an international spy.
Right?
I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task.
The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
And by using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, but my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Wolverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Are they trying to frame McGilded as an IRA spy? I mean, maybe, but he might, it doesn't actually say which country he was sending them to, so he might have been a Russian spy.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, fair old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell.
Oh, a musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? And the loft.
McGilded killed his dad. Yeah, Jesus Christ, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's how I had him make the two discs.
Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the two of the first discs. The first of the two discs, and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, you pay 1,000 guineas.
Holy shit.
Dang.
So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc?
Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, and not yourself?
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In
Sure.
time,
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name.
Oh.
To exact revenge.
It's just
Oh,
a JoJo's
bro.
character, man.
Revenge?
Uh-huh,
Bro, he killed
did
Mr.
it.
McGilded.
He did it. He did it.
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. Well, if you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that you think you have the picture? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in his courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic incident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man.
Everything is ready, sir. If you'd follow me to the courtroom.
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Asked if I could be present for it myself. Doesn't this mean the boss lawyer was also behind this? Maybe? So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. And that's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs. The music box you need to play them. Ah, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbroker? Right, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for it. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if you're taking steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat, and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast. Oh my god, yeah.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Gregson, I thought you were dead.
I know, right? There was
He's
like
a-
a snap.
He's a hardy man. I think that was the cane snapping, to be fair.
Okay.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside.
Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
Bang! A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
A sorry, sorry tale. Wait, how is it an upward angle then? Right?
I think we resolved that by saying if he was like leaning forward, then any shot would have been an upward angle.
Yeah. Okay.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. Yep.
Earlier you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yes, I think I have.
Wow.
Damn, bro, it's kind of fucked.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial.
God, tell me about it.
Holy cow, dude.
Oh my god. I know this is like the end of the trial, but like, oh, we might just have to wrap it here and finish the epilogue stuff next week.
Yeah, because there's still an epilogue.
Oh, yeah, we gotta stop now. Oh my god, it's late. Oh. Fuck, we'll find out what happens after the trial next week. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Oh my god. Thanks for sticking with it. Holy.
Phew, yeah, phew.
Hooey. Hooey.
It was a marathon.
That was a marathon. It's just a few
Just a
more
few
minutes, you're sure. Yep, we're just gonna wrap up the whole game. It's definitely not going to be an entire, like, 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if we do next week, if we go through it and, like, we're done in, like, an hour, we might call it short, but we might also just start the next game, honestly.
I don't think I'll be here next Saturday.
Oh, oops. Can you, Can you stream tomorrow?
Tomorrow, Sunday. Maybe.
Yeah, I guess tomorrow's kind of rough. Oh, yeah, all right. Jeez. All right, I guess in 2 weeks then we'll end the game.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I'll be home on Sunday
Uh-huh.
next week.
next week. Okay, so
Yeah.
we could do next Sunday. Oh wait, I do a stream on next Sunday though. I'm free this Sunday.
Oh, well.
Oh, that's a big F. All right. Well, okay, we'll figure it out. I'll tweet it. I'll tweet it out. Probably in 2 weeks though.
Uh-huh.
So I guess we'll see you then.
Yeah,
Thanks
I'll let
for
you know
coming.
if I end up being available on Saturday.
Okay. Yeah. No problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
You might not be able to stream next Sunday. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna give that one a think emoji. We'll figure it out. All right. Yep. I'll tweet it out. I'll make an announcement in the Discord. I think does the bot work? Hold on. No, it doesn't. God damn it. I'll fix that at some point. There's a link to the Discord somewhere. I think it's in the below. But that's where I'll make announcements if I need to change anything. So I'll let you know. All right, we will see you next time. Thanks for coming.
Yay!
Yes, there's the link. Click that one.